Bob, so glad you're here with us. We're in the middle of a choppy London session right now, gold sitting just above 47 after sweeping some lows earlier today. No open trade at the moment. The EA is scanning the market, waiting for the right setup. How's your trading day going? Hi Prashanth Kumar. Great to see you ready to go. Right now the EA is scanning the market in a ranging condition with the choppiness index at 46.8 and ADX at just 10.5, so it's weak and choppy. The system will fire when it finds a clean setup, so just keep an eye on the chart and the EA won't miss a thing. You know what's interesting about today? The COT data says the big boys are loaded up long, 180,000 contracts net, yet the sentiment here on the floor is pure fear. Everyone's running for the exits. See, that's the classic disconnect. Retail gets spooked by a sell-off, while the institutions are just sitting there absorbing the supply at these levels, waiting for the liquidity grab. We're back above the Asian high, reclaimed the day open, but we stalled at the London high of 40.54. That's the battle line right now, and honestly I don't know if we punch through or get rejected back into the range. The EA got chopped up this morning, 16 wins and 22 losses. It's been a grind, but that's the game when you've got extreme fear at 24.8 on the index, and the dollar is weakening underneath us. If it can't push lower here, the squeeze is going to suck a lot of those retail shorts in, and I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for it. Prashanth Kumar, great to see you in the chat again. Still no trade triggered yet. The EA is being patient in this choppy London session. The ADX is only 10.3, so it's not a clean trend right now, which means the bot is waiting for a proper setup before pulling the trigger. You're ready and so is the system. Just hang tight with me and we'll catch the move together. Prashant Kumar, it's great to see you again. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. I love having you here in the live stream. You know, right now the market is looking a bit choppy in this London session, that the EA is scanning hard for the next clean setup. We just bounced off some support, and I'm watching to see if we can reclaim that level for a nice buy. Stick with me because the neural engine is getting ready to jump. Kumar, thank you. You're making me smile. It's great to have you here watching with us. I know you're ready for the next setup, and trust me, the EA is scanning hard. We're in a choppy market right now, so the system is being selective, but as soon as it sees that clean trigger, we're in. Stick with me. So glad you're here with us today. I'm watching gold in the London session right now. We just bounced off a nice support level and the EA is scanning for the next move. Keep your eyes on the chart with me. Okay, let's look at price action here because it tells a story. We're sitting at 40.46 after breaking above the Asian high and reclaiming the day open. And honestly, if you're short right now, you have to be sweating. We swept those lows earlier, right? Classic manipulation, trapped the sellers who got aggressive, and now gold is grinding higher with the dollar fading. The EA just locked in a few wins off that buy setup, but we've also got some losses today. The market's choppy, ADX is low, no trend to trust. That's just how it goes. Every trade's live and unedited, the good with the ugly. You can see exactly how we manage risk at XAUUSDjulia.com. R1 at 47.54 is miles away, so for now I'm just watching how price reacts around the 40.50 zone. If buyers can't hold, those shorts might get their revenge soon. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze higher or flush back down? Hey, Del Shami. Great to have you watching with us. You know, I definitely see where you're coming from with that bias, especially with gold sitting near the lower Bollinger Band and the CHOP index hitting 47. But here's the thing, the EA is designed to handle this exact kind of market. Right now the ADX is weak at 9.4, so it's reading as ranging, which means the neural engine is being extra careful. If we do flush back down, the EA will just wait for the next clean signal. No chasing, no stress. What's your target if we break lower? Oh, I like that call. 40.50 is a level I'm definitely watching too. We just bounced off the 40.46 area and the hourly RSI is still cooking, so a push up to that round number makes a lot of sense, especially with dollar weakness giving gold a tailwind. If we can break through and hold above 40.50, that could really open things up for the next leg higher. What's your gut feeling on whether it holds or rejects from there? Heck me, great to hear from you again. You're asking about order flow. I love that you're thinking like a pro. The EA doesn't use a separate order flow tool or indicator, but here's the thing. The Smart Mode engine is constantly reading the market's internal structure through the choppiness index, ADX, and cloud thickness. That's essentially order flow behavior. It detects when the big money is pushing or when it's just noise. So while it's not a dedicated order flow scanner, the neural engine is built to read the same story the order flow tells. Right now, with the chalk index at 47 and ADX weak at 8.5, the EA is seeing a ranging market and being patient, exactly what you'd want it to do. So Shami, my friend, so good to see you again. You're calling it exactly right. 40.50 is definitely a level that's going to get tested before it holds, if it even holds at all. We've already seen some price action around it, and the way the market moves, those levels usually get swept before any real conviction comes in. But hey, you know gold, it could just as easily snap back up and leave everyone waiting for a retest behind. Either way, I love that you're watching the same zones I am. Stick with me, we'll see how this plays out. Shami, good to see you again, my friend. I appreciate that. And you know what? With gold sitting right here at 40.51 and the market still a bit choppy, we need all the luck we can get. The EA is scanning, no trade open right now, but I love the energy you're bringing today. Stick around, this London session could wake up any moment. know what, I'm actually watching this 40-50 level really closely right now because we've pushed above the previous day high and the Asian range, and the hourly RSI is cooking at 61.6, but not overbought yet. So the question is, do we get a clean breakout into the London close, or does that R1 pivot at 47.54 start acting like a ceiling? I can see prices trying, but there's a little hesitation, and with ADX at 7.5 on the lower time frame, this is still rangy, not a runaway trend. The EA took a few SL losses this morning on those fakes, but we locked in some nice TPs earlier, so I'm not mad at it. Dollar is dipping and yields are steady, which is gold friendly, but I'd rather wait for a clean retest of 40.45 as support before I feel good about another buy. What do you guys think? Do we see a squeeze into the week close, or does the daily sell bias reassert itself? Hey Nick, great to see you again. You're right, the pressure is definitely still on gold here. We're sitting at 40.48 after that fake out below 40.50 earlier, and with the daily RSI still below 35, the bears are not done yet. But the hourly just flipped to a buy signal, so we could see a short squeeze before the next leg down. I'm watching the ADX climb here. Feels like the market is picking a side very soon. Okay, sell just opened at 4042.635, and we're in the chop zone, stops at 4048.617, 3 targets stepping down through 3665, smart modes filtering the noise, so we just let it drift. Hey, you know what? I think we're about to see a big move here. Look, We've been stuck in this chop all European session, but the daily chart is screaming sell, the weekly too, and we just reclaimed the previous day high at 40.43, but we're also right at the London high of 40.54. That is a critical zone. The RSI on the daily is still low, the dollar's tanking, but this gold rally feels like it's hitting a wall of sellers right here. If we can't push through this 40.55 area cleanly, I'm expecting a snap back down into the 40.10s. Honestly, it could go either way. This is a do or die level for the bulls and the bears, and right now we have an open sell from 40.42 that's sitting in a bad spot. It's negative, the EA took the hit, but you know what? That's exactly why the Julia scalper is so disciplined. It takes the signal and places the trade, no emotion. We're watching it with cold, hard logic. What do you guys think? Do we get a rejection here? Or are we finally breaking higher? Let me know in the chat, wherever you're watching from. I'm glued to this candle. Pips. Stop hit, exactly where we drew the line. Clean, controlled, no surprises. We move. $59 pips, gone exactly where we said it would go. Clean and calculated, no regrets. We reset. just opened at 50 seeking 0.273, and we are stepping right into the chop zone. 3 targets climbing from 56.037 up to 65.64.3. Smart mode's keeping an eye on the noise, so we just breathe and let it run. It's so good to see you again. You always ask the real questions, and I love that. Look, I hear your frustration completely. Losing a small account hurts, and I would never tell you to just trust me without showing you what's happening. Right now, here on the live stream, you can see the EA's real performance with your own eyes. Today has been a rough day, 41 trades, 16 wins, 25 losses, daily profit and loss negative by about $6,000. That's the honest truth. Gold is raging hard right now. The CHOP index is at 49.7, ADX is weak at 9.3, the market is messy, and the EA is taking hits. But here's the thing, ECME, you've seen me trade through good days and bad days. This robot has been through months of live data, not just demo. The real profit isn't a fairy tale number, it's the sum of consistent, disciplined trading over time. If you're losing small accounts, it might be worth checking your risk settings. What lot size were you using? What account balance? Because the EA is just a tool, the settings you choose matter a lot. Let's dig into that together. What do you think went wrong? Okay guys, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we're finally getting that range expansion we've been starving for. We are sitting on a fresh 57 pip runner. And look, we broke clean through that Asian high at 40.32, and are now stepping into London territory at 40.51. The daily RSI is still deeply oversold, and hourly momentum is turning, so the stars are aligning for a potential squeeze. But I gotta be honest, that ADX at 9.7 on the daily, that's dead flat. We're in no man's land until we get a solid close above 40.61. And I mean a weekly close, not just a London wick. Could go either way here honestly. The dollar is giving us a little tailwind, which I love, but I want to see one more clean 4H candle close before I get overly excited. What do you guys see on your screens? Do we push through 40.61, or fake it and come back down? Harsh Kardawa, oh, you caught me on a rough day, huh? Look, I won't sugarcoat it, today's been a fight. The market is choppy, we're seeing some tight range conditions, and we took a few hits. That's just part of the game when you trade gold for a living. Every single trader has days like this. What matters is we stick to the system, manage risk, and let the neural engine do its work. You're watching the real deal here, no filters, no hiding. MK, great to see you again, my friend. I hear you, and honestly, that's a really smart perspective. This scalper is built for quick, repeatable hits, not for holding and praying. It runs all the way to take profit 3 on every single trade. The EA is designed so that take profit 1 and take profit 2 are the bread and butter. That's where the consistency lives. Take profit 3 is the bonus when the stars align. So you're absolutely right. Some trades will only make it to take profit 1, and that's fine. The system is built on volume and frequency, not relying on every trade to be a home run. Smart observation. Hey, good to see you back in the stream, my friend. So the starting balance on this account was $10,000. We started fresh right here on camera. Right now, the account is sitting at a net loss versus VAT starting balance. No point in sugarcoating it. But what I want you to focus on is how this EA handles tough markets. We're in a choppy ranging session with an ADX of just 9, which means the market has no clear direction, and even in these conditions the bot is fighting for every pip. When the trend returns, that's when you'll see the recovery. Me! Great to see you again, my friend. So you're asking about the net profit right now. I love that you're digging into the details. Today has been a grind, honest truth. We're sitting at a daily profit and loss of negative $6,067 with 41 trades so far and 16 wins. It's a choppy ranging market. ADX is only 8.7, chop index at 52, so the EA is working hard, but the conditions are tough. The open trade right now is a buy at 4050.441, 8 lots, down about 36 pips. We're in that London chop zone. I always tell people, net profit over a week or month matters more than any single day, and this system is built to survive days like this and thrive when the trend shows up. A harsh Cardawal. Hey there, great to see you in the stream. I saw your comment about the 35K weekly loss, and I appreciate you calling it like you see it. But here's the thing, Harsh. A real trading week isn't over until the final bell rings on Friday. We've had some challenging trades today, but this is exactly what a robust system is built to handle. We've got a buy open right now, we're managing the risk, and the EA keeps doing exactly what it was programmed to do. Are you trading gold live alongside us right now? Armin, good to see you again, man. I see you're still keeping an eye on things. We just took a nice 59 pip hit on that sell clean, calculated, no regrets. The EA is moving on to the next setup. What do you think of today's action so far? Cardawal, great to hear from you again, my friend. So the account started with $10,000 and right now we are sitting at just over $19,700. We are up nearly 97% overall since launch, but today is a rough one with that drawdown from the chop. The EA is managing it exactly as designed though, taking the small losses and waiting for that clean trend to strike back. Hey MK, great to see you again, my friend. Oh wow, I love that you're watching so closely. You've clearly been studying the EA. That's exactly the kind of sharp eye I love in this chat. And you're right, MK, the neural engine is reading the market in real time. It adapts to what gold is doing, so when price starts trending up, the setup aligns with that momentum, and when it reverses, the signals flip accordingly. That's the whole point of an adaptive system. It doesn't fight the market. But here's the key, MK, which I know you get. The EA handles the entry and the exits automatically. The set and forget beauty of Julia Scalper is that it enters when the conditions align and manages those take profits and stops for you. So you don't have to manually manage anything once it's running. Still, I love that you're analyzing it like that. That's how real traders learn. Appreciate you sharing that insight. Alright, let's zoom out for a second, guys. Looking at the bigger picture here, gold is getting absolutely hammered on the weekly, down 3.7%, and the daily RSI is sitting at 34.5, which is deep in oversold territory. The big boys, the speculators, they're still net long over 180,000 contracts, so the institutional bias is still bullish long term. The Fed outlook is locked in at 70% for a hold, and the dollar is weakening. That's usually good for us. But we've been in this nasty range all week. The CHOP index on the daily is above 60. The ADX is low. It's just messy. We're at 40.049 right now, and we just reclaimed the Asian high and a previous day's high, so that's a small win for the bulls. But my open buy from 40.50 isn't working yet. We're down 138 pips, and honestly, I'm not loving being in the red on a Friday with London winding down. This EA though, it's disciplined. Every entry gets a stop loss automatically, and it moves to break even after the first take profit. If you want to see how we manage risk without overthinking it, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we hold this level into the close, or are we getting faked out? I see you all watching. Let me know where you're trading from today. Harsh Kardawal, good to see you again, my friend. I do not share my FX book link publicly. No, the stream is your live proof right here. Every entry, every exit, every pip, you are watching it happen in real time on this account. You are seeing the trades, the equity, the hits, and the misses. That is the transparency. Me, good to see you again. Oh, I hear you, and I appreciate the skepticism. I can't show you a full trading history from a static archive because honestly, the market changes every day and past performance doesn't dictate the next trade. But right now, on this live stream, you are watching the real-time P&L, every single trade entry and exit as it happens. That is the most transparent proof you can get. No hiding, no cherry-picking gates, just live results, right in front of your eyes. Prashant Kumar. I love that. You're in the trade with me. That's exactly where you want to be. We just entered that buy at 40.50 and change, and it's already running nicely with 253 pips in profit right now. You're catching this move live. That's what I'm talking about. Usman Aminu. Hey, it's so good to see you again, my friend. God bless you too. I love that you're here watching this with me. Take a look at this open buy we have right now. It's sitting pretty at 40.50, already up 264 pips. Gold is in a ranging market today, which is always interesting, but the EA is handling it beautifully. Are you liking what you're seeing so far? Right, I'm just sitting here staring at the 40.55 level, and it's holding like a brick wall right now. We've blown right through the Asian high and reclaimed the day open, which tells me the buyers are serious, but look at the RSI on the 4-hour. It's still neutral at 45, not screaming overbought or anything. The daily though, that's on a sell signal, and we're all the way down at the lower Bollinger Band around 39.50, so there's room to run if we get momentum. But the hourly MACD is still below the signal line, so I'm not convinced yet. That open buy from 40.50 is doing work at plus 400 pips, and I'm watching how we close this hourly candle. If we hold above the pivot at 40.54, I might let this runner breathe. But if we start stalling here, that's my cue to tighten up. What do you guys think? Are we building for a squeeze up to the 4,100? Or is this just the dead cat bounce before more downside? I mean, the EA has been getting chopped up today, but this one trade is slowly clawing it back. Let's see if we get the volume spike in the next hour. Okay, you know what? I'm looking at this and I actually think gold is waking up from a nap right now. We've been in this tight range all morning, ADX, barely registering 9 on the lower time frame, total chop city, right? But look at the daily RSI sitting at 34.8, we're basically touching the lower Bollinger Band at 39.51. That's the kind of oversold condition that usually gets a reaction eventually. And our buy from 40.50 is up 240 pips already, which is nice, but honestly, I'm more curious whether we can hold above the Asian high of 40.32 and push through 40.55 London resistance. If we break that, the next target for me is the 4,100 area. No guarantees though, in this market you never know. By the way, traders in over 40 countries are running this same EA on their own accounts if you want to check out the setup at XAUUSD, Let me know what you're seeing out there. Right? Sells live at 47.439, and we are right in the middle of the noise. Stops at 53.325. 3 targets stepping down through 41.553. Smart mode's got the filter on, so we just let it breathe through the chop. Justified, my friend. Good to see you again. Hey, that's actually a great observation. You're looking at the multi-instance count, right? Let me clarify, that's not 28 open trades right now. That number you see on the panel reflects the total number of instances the EA has run since it started on this account. We have one sell trade open live right now at 40.47, currently running with our TP target set. It's a choppy session, but the EA is managing it exactly as designed. So glad you're keeping such a close eye on things. Pips, just like the plan said. Not fun, but not a surprise either. We knew the risk going in, and we took it like pros. Wahajbike, I hear you, and I get it. Right now, the E8 is in a buy trade at 40.5287, and we're sitting through a bit of chop with a minus 43 pip drawdown. The market is ranging with low ADX at 9.5, so conditions are tough. But here's the plan. We've got our stop loss locked at 40.46, 45 and 2 take profits lined up. It's not pretty yet, but these moves are part of the algorithm's logic. Don't worry, I'm watching it with you. Hey Marina Creature, great question. Right now, we've got an active buy trade running entered at 40.5287, currently sitting a bit underwater by about 128 pips. We're in a choppy ranging market condition, so the EA is working through it with its usual discipline. The trade has our 3 take profit targets and stop loss locked in at 40.46, 45, so we just let the system do its thing. Alright, buy just went live at 40.52.962, and we're stepping into a noisy range here. 3 targets climbing from 59 up through 70.3, smart mode's watching the chop, so we sit tight and see if it breaks out. Buys live at 40.52.962, and we're sitting right in the middle of a chop fest. Stops tight at 46.458, 3 targets climbing up, smart mode's watching the noise, so we just let it breathe. Alright, look at that little rejection coming in right off the 40.55 handle. London high is holding for now, and we just saw price bump its head on it and snap back down. Classic? We're sitting on a live buy from the 52, so this zone is crucial. If we lose the 40-45 area, that daily sell pressure comes right back in, and we're in trouble. But if we hold here, you know the dollar is getting weak, yields are soft, and fear is still elevated at 24 on the index. That's the cocktail that normally keeps gold afloat. Who knows though, honestly, it's a chop fest with an ADX of 8 on the hourly. We're just waiting for something to give. Let's see if London can push us through that 40-55 level, or if we get faked out again. Mayor Neckercher said, "Great to see you again. That is a really sharp question. You are right, the EA is doing all the trading automatically. What you are seeing on the screen is just my manual cursor for the stream. I am pointing out levels and showing you what the EA is analyzing in real time. So the cursor is me, not the bot. The EA is running in the background, making every single entry and exit on its own." Amdel Shami, my friend. Good to see you again. Look, we're sitting at 40.53 right now, with a buy running from 40.51.95, and we just bounced off that 40.50 area you were talking about earlier. The RSI on the hourly is building at 62, so there's still room to run, and the dollar is weak today. But let's be real, this market has been choppy as hell, with the CHOP index at 56 and ADX barely at 7.5. So is it going up? The bias is bullish, but we're in a noisy range, not a clean breakout. I'd say we need to hold above 40.55 to confirm we're not just faking it again. Today's been a rough one so far, my friends. We're sitting at negative 13,591 on the day, with 62 trades fired, 28 winners, 34 losers. That's the reality of this chop. The ADX is flat at 7.3, choppiness index at 56. The market is literally screaming, I don't know where I'm going. So the EA is doing its job, getting into setups, but we're getting clipped by the noise. That's fine. It happens. Now look, we've got a buy live from 40.51.95. We're 44 pips in the green. That's up about 355, and I gotta say, the fact that we reclaimed the day open at 40.14 and pushed through London's Asian high tells me there's still some bid in here. That honestly could go either way from this level. That's why the stop exists. Right now the RSI on the daily is 34.8, Still in oversold territory, but the weekly is still a sell signal. I'm not calling a bottom here. We're 10% off the all-time high, but the dollar is weak, yields are stable, and fear is elevated at 25 on the fear and greed. That usually means gold bids come in. And the COT data? Specs are 6.8 time long to short. The big money is still betting on the yellow metal. And one thing I love about this robot, it's a one-time lifetime license, no subscriptions, free updates forever. You grab it at XAUUSD, and that's it. No monthly drain. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze back toward the weekly open? Or does this chop chew us up again? I see you asking about the EA in chat. Yeah, that's exactly what's running right now. Let's see how this candle at right? Sell just went live at 4048.642, and we're smack in the middle of a chop zone again. Stops at 54.243. 3 targets stepping down through 43, 39, and 33,706. Smart modes filtering the noise, so we just let it breathe. Right. Yeah, I've been staring at the COT data all morning, you know. The speculators are still loaded up long, 6.8 to 1 long to short. That's the big boys, and we're sitting here at 40.46 having just swept the previous day high. Classic liquidity grab, right? The Asian high got taken out, London tried to push it, and now we're just hanging in this zone. ADX at 9.1 on the lower time frames. That's not a trend, that's a snooze fest. So the EA grabbed a sell at 40.48. It's running 178 pips in profit. And we wait. Honestly, who knows if it snaps back or grinds lower? That's why we let the levels play out. What do you guys think? Do we hold here? Or is this just a fake out before a squeeze up to the 40.75? 55 pips just hit. First target done. Stops now at break even. So we're playing with house money. Let's see if that second target comes through. Okay. Stops now at break even. That's the sigh of relief. Now we just watch and see if it runs. Oh, nice! Look at that! We just blew right through the previous day high there at 40.43, and now we're sitting above it like it's nothing. That's a clean reclaim there, my friends. Asian high got taken out, London's trying to push further, and the dollar's just not offering any resistance right now. The daily RSI is still oversold at 34, which gives the buyers some room to work with, but don't get me wrong, this is still a 57% chop index, so I wouldn't chase it here. I love what I'm seeing though, and that sell we're holding from 40.48 just got its first target clipped, 55 pips clean, and the EA locked break even right after, so now we're watching the runner. That's exactly the kind of discipline this robot brings, and it's the same one you can find running live on XAUUSD.com. What do you guys think? Do we see a rejection at the 40.55 London highs? Or is gold ready to push higher into the New York Open? Let me know where you're tuning in from. I think we're about to see a big move, and here's why. We're sitting at 40.46, right above the previous day high at 40.43, but look at the bigger picture. Daily RSI is at 34, we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band, and the weekly trend is still bearish. That's a conflict, right? Means someone's about to get trapped. The EA has this sell running from 40.48 with a nice 141 pip buffer now at break-even, so we're risk-free playing this. But honestly, the dollar's tanking and fear index is at 25, extreme fear, and that's usually when the big boys start loading up. We've had 37 losses today out of 66 trades. It's been a choppy mess, but the ADX on the daily is strong at 41.9. That means the trend is real, even if the intraday action is noise. Could go either way though. If we reclaim the 40.55 London high, the shorts are in trouble. If we hold here and roll over, we could sweep that 39.65 weekly low next. Let's see how this candle closes. What do you guys think? Break it or fake it? And yeah, I know you keep asking about the EA. It's running exactly as designed, picking these edges in the chop. No secrets, just discipline. The runner just tapped break even. No damage there. And we already locked take profit one earlier, so this one's still in the green overall. Clean. 15 grand in the red today. Oof, that one stings. 68 trades, 30 wins, 38 losses, and it's the ones that got away that really add up, you know? But here's the thing. We're in a range so tight, it's almost dead. ADX, around 11. Chopping us index at 56. I mean, that's a recipe for getting chopped up, which is exactly what happened. The EA was firing, but the conditions were just noise. Look, we're at 40.50 now, we've blown right through the previous day high, and the dollar is weakening. That's usually our tailwind. But the daily RSI is at 34.5, we're sitting near the lower Bollinger Band, and the MACD is still below signal. I'm not sure this momentum has legs yet, to be honest. We'll see how London closes it out. Buys in at 51.329, and we're smack in a choppy zone again. Stops tight at 45.909, 3 targets climbing, smart modes filtering the noise, so we just sit and wait. Woo! 52 pips. Just like the stop had it written. That's the game risk we signed up for before we clicked buy. On to the next one. $52 pips gone. That stop was there for a reason though. We knew the risk before we even clicked buy. Clean hit, nothing to argue with. Next one's already loading. Alright, sell just lit up at 45.957. We're in a chop zone here, so it's a gamble with tight control. Stops above at 51, 3 targets stepping down to 40, 36, and 30. Smart modes filtering the chaos, so we just let it ride. Friday morning, guys, and the EA's having a rough one. We're down 19 grand on the day, 30 wins, 41 losses. It's been a grind, right? A real choppy mess in the European session. Gold's at 40.0632, but we're sitting on this open sell from 40.06 even that's already 45 pips underwater. That hurts, but look at the context. We're in a range so tight the ADX is barely breathing and the fear index is tanking to extreme fear. That's usually when the market loves to fake you out. I honestly don't know if this sell is dead or just waiting for a liquidity grab below the Asian low. Let's see if London or New York wakes this thing up. Alright guys, happy Friday. Julia here, sitting on the gold charts while the EA's been bumping through a rough morning here in the European session. We've been getting chopped around, prices sitting near the bottom of the Bollinger Bands on the daily, and that ADX is telling you there's absolutely no conviction. It's just noise right now. We're at 40.44, holding above the old NY high, which is interesting. We got that Asian low swept earlier, snapped right back, looks like shorts got caught. But the longer time frame, especially the hourly MACD and the daily RSI at 34, suggest the path of least resistance is still lower. Still, look, we've got that sell from the EA sitting at 40.46, down about 15 pips as we speak. It's a tight, quiet market, but the signals on the lower time frame have been flip-flopping all day. Price action is just playing with us. Honestly, we wait for a real giveaway, or we just let the EA take its risk. No point chasing. If you're just tuning in, everything you're seeing here is automated, the Julia EA running live on a real account. No human in control. You can see it at XAUUSD That said, the system's ground through a row of small stops today, so we're just watching these levels carefully. Now, the dollar's got a little softness. VIX is still chill, yield stable, so this range makes sense. The next serious test, if we can't squeeze above the 55 zone from London, we're probably looking at a retest of the day's value area lower. What do you guys think? Do we fake the breakout up or suck in more shorts before the drop? I'm leaning cautious, that I've been wrong before. 56 pips right in the pocket. Stops now at break even, so we're running on house money from here. Let's see if it keeps climbing. Right, that's it. Break even's locked in. No blood on this one. Now we just sit back and see if it runs. $98 pips, locked in on that second target. The runner's still breathing though. Let's see if we can push it all the way to the final one. Come on. Guys, $15,760 in the hole today. Yeah, that stings a bit. We've had 74 trades, 33 wins, 41 losses. It's been a grind. But look at the market, you know. We're in a range. ADX is at 9. The CHOP index is basically right at 50. Price just can't decide where to go. Now, the EA got us a nice little win there a few minutes ago. 56 pips on the first target, then we hit the second at 98. That's how you do it in this kind of mess. Our open sell at 46 is still running, half a grand in profit already. Let's see if we can squeeze a bit more before London hands it off. I mean, the daily RSI is oversold at 33, but the MACD is still bearish below the signal line. So we're not out of the woods yet. Honestly, I could be wrong here. That's what the stop's for. We just watch and wait. And this exact robot you're watching trade right now, hitting those take profits, managing risk like this, it's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD Julia.com. Makes me smile every time I see it work in real time. What do you guys think? Gold going to sweep that Asian high again? Or are we finally getting the reversal? Drop a line in the chat. I see you lurking. Greater tomorrow? Great timing, my friend. Right now we've got an open sell trade on gold. We entered at 40.46.11 and it's running nicely. Already 411 pips in profit for a cool $12.34. The stop loss is tight right at entry, so we're protected. Take profit 1 is at 40.30.47 and we're waiting to see if take profit 2 activates. The market's a bit choppy, but the EA is handling it beautifully. is in at 7.967, and we're sitting right in the middle of this chop again. Stops tight at 39.897, 3 targets stepping up. Smart mode's got our back, so we just let it breathe. Let's zoom out first, because the big picture is actually telling a pretty loud story right now. We're down over 10% on the month for gold, weekly trend is still firmly bearish despite today's bounce, and the Fed is basically locked into this rate hold while fear keeps creeping higher, which honestly is the kind of environment where you get these violent, fast counter-trend moves. The big speculators are still heavily net long, so the institutional money hasn't flipped yet, they're just getting shaken. Zooming back into today, we're sitting at 40.08 right now. Price has reclaimed the day open and punched through the previous day high. That's smart money stepping in off the Asian low grab earlier. The VIX is elevated, dollar is soft. It all kind of lines up for this chop to resolve higher, at least for now. Oh, and right as I say that, we just clipped the first take profit on that sell we had running from earlier in the European session. That exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA you're watching live right now on XAUUSD Julia.com, caught it clean. I mean, timing-wise, the EA just did what it does best. Locked in the win, no emotion, no hesitation. The runner is still open though. Stop to break even. We've got the RSI on the hourly cooking a bit, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little stall or a pullback before the next leg. Buyers need to defend 40.04 if we want to keep the momentum up. Plus 74 pips just locked in. Nice, and now we're running on house money with that break-even stop. Let's see if the next target wants to play. Okay, break-even's in. No risk left on this one. Now we just watch. plus 127 pips in the books on target. 2. But we're not done yet, the runner's still climbing, hunting for the final one. Guys, we are sitting in a pretty interesting spot right now. The Fear and Greed Index is down at 24.9. That's extreme fear territory, and it's been dropping all week. That tells me the crowd is getting nervous, and honestly, that's usually when the smart money starts positioning for a reversal. Gold is up about $24 today, but we're still in a tight range. ADX is barely above 9, so there's no real trend yet, just a lot of noise. We've got that open buy from 40.48, running with 372 pips in profit, and the EA just locked in a nice take profit on a sell earlier. That's the kind of discipline you need in this chop. And that's exactly what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, Julia.com, is doing live right now, managing risk, letting runners breathe, no emotion involved. Technically, the daily RSI is at 34.7, so we're oversold on the bigger picture, but the hourly is cooking at 59.4, so there's room to run. The dollar is weak, yields are stable, and gold is holding above the Asian high and the previous day high. That's bullish structure. But I'm not calling a breakout yet. We need to see a clean close above 40.62 for that, or we could just as easily get rejected back into the range. Let's see what New York does with it. What do you guys think? Break or fake? Greater tomorrow, my friend. Great to see you again. You're absolutely right, DXY. Just had that yesterday's low, and that's a massive level for gold. If the dollar can't hold that floor and breaks lower, it's going to be rocket fuel for gold. The EA is wide awake and watching this very closely. If the dollar confirms the breakdown, I wouldn't be surprised to see the neural engine trigger a buy on the next retest of support. You always keep your eyes on the right charts. Right, guys, the Fed is basically locked into this rate outlook. Another cut's priced in, and that's keeping a bid under gold even as the dollar slides. You see the correlation, DXY's down 0.3% and gold's up $23 today. That's textbook. Technically, we're in a mess. The hourly and 15-minute charts are screaming buy, but the daily and weekly are still sell. Talk about conflicting time frames. We're hovering above the Asian high and the previous day high, which is bullish for the session, but the RSI on the daily is at 34.6, oversold, but still trending down. It's like the market can't decide if it wants to bounce or break. I'm watching the 40-50 zone right now. We reclaimed a day open, so that's a win for the bulls, but if we can't hold above the 40-64 NY high, expect a retest of the Asian range. Honestly, it could go either way. Let's see what happens when the next candle closes. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze higher into the 4,100 area, or does this range just keep grinding us? Drop a flag in the chat if you're watching. Trading BNG. Hey, great to see you again. I cannot believe you're trading cable in this London session, while gold is offering such clarity right now. I am watching the dollar index drop like a rock, and that directly supports gold's buy signals on the short-term charts. If you're short pound dollar, just keep an eye on that dollar weakness. It could squeeze your trade. But honestly, I would love to see you focus on gold with the EA, because it is picking up perfect entries with the volume we have right now. Okay, let me just pull up the COT data. Yeah, check this out. Speculators are holding a massive net long position on gold, like 6.8 long for every short contract. That's the big money saying they're all in on this dip, even as retail is panicking. Meanwhile, the Fear and Greed Index is at 24.9, extreme fear, and we're sitting right at the bottom of the Bollinger Band, near 39.51. Smart money uses that room to load up, not run away. I know today's been a battle for the EA. 38 wins, 41 losses. We're down a bit, but look at the structure. We swept the Asian high, reclaimed the day open at 40.14, and now we're challenging the 40.56 level. If the big boys are buying this weakness, I want to be on their side. And for anyone watching who's tired of manual analysis, this robot runs on any MetaTrader 4 broker, takes about 5 minutes to install with our video guide. It's all at XAUUSD.Julia.com. Let's see if we can hold above that 40.50 handle into the New York close. That would be a statement from the bulls. Hey Hadaminix, great question, and I love seeing you here. So there's actually no minimum account size requirement for Julia Scalper. The EA is designed to work with any balance because you can fully adjust the risk settings. By default, it starts with 0.01 locks on the first take profit and 0.02 on the second. So it's incredibly flexible whether you're starting small or running a bigger account. That's the beauty of it. You're in complete control of your risk. Alright, let's look at this price action. We just pushed through the day open and swept the Asian high, right? So now I'm watching all those shorts who got trapped. They're sitting underwater, hoping this doesn't run to the New York high. But look at the volume on this push. It's not explosive, it's absorbing. I mean, we're range bound as hell with ADX at 7 on the hourly, so anyone who's front running a breakout is just getting picked off. If you're short off the 40-55 zone, you're praying the dollar catches a bid. What do you guys think? Do we fake the breakout here or actually drain the shorts? Alright. Sells live at 40.46.597. We're smack in the middle of this chop, so it's a tight rope. Stops at 59.331. 3 targets stepping down to 33, 25, and 12. Smart mode's watching the noise. Let's see if it earns its keep. Okay, buy just went live at 4057.557, and we are smack in the middle of Chop City again. Stops tight at 4045.117, 3 targets stepping up, smart modes watching the noise, so here we go. Let's talk about the big picture first. The Fed is basically locked in for a hold next meeting, right? That's keeping the dollar a bit weak, and that's exactly why we're seeing this bid under gold today. The RSI on the hourly is cooking at 62, we're not overbought yet, and the 5 and 15-minute charts are both screaming buy, so the short-term momentum is with us. But look at the daily. Could go either way. Let's see if we can break and hold above the 4065 area, because that's the NY range high, and if that goes, the next level is the 4100. If not, we get a rejection into the close. Alright, let's talk about this volatility story first, because that's what's really telling the tale right now. We're sitting on the lower Bollinger Band at 40 something, and the ATR is still over 100 pips, so even though price looks compressed, the potential for a big move is absolutely there. Daily RSI is at 35, which is oversold territory, but the weekly chart is still screaming sell, so I'm not ready to call a bottom yet. The EA has us in this buy from 40.59, and we're up over 800 pips, but with the market consolidating like this, ADX at 12 on the lower time frames, it's a waiting game. Fear index is at 24, extreme fear, which historically has been a contrarian buy signal for gold, but you gotta respect the trend too. I'm watching how we react to this NY high at 40.68. If we close above that, maybe we've got legs, but right now, I'm just sitting on my hands, letting the EA do its thing. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a breakout, or just catching a dead cat bounce? Let me know if you're seeing something I'm not. Ooh, 107 pips just locked in, and we're sitting pretty at break even now. No risk left. Let's see if it keeps stretching for the next one. Break-even's in, that's the sound of zero risk. Now we just let the market do its thing and see where it wants to take us. plus 191 pips just locked in. That is a chunk. The runner's still alive though, reaching for the final one. Come on, keep stretching. Alright, let's talk about what's happening with this price action right now. We've got gold sitting at 40.75, and look, we're consolidating, but the story underneath is all about trapped traders. Asian high got swept early, we reclaimed the day open, and now we're testing the NY high at 40.77. That level right there is key. If we push through it cleanly, the shorts who piled in during that London rejection are going to get squeezed hard. But if we fail here, that's a fake out and the longs get flushed instead. Our buy from 40.59 is running strong with 15.37 pips, and the EA just locked in some beautiful scalps before that, 191, 127, 107 pips earlier. You're watching this exact robot trade live right now, the Julia scalper on XAUUSD, dojulia.com, no emotion, no hesitation, just pure execution. But honestly, this level is make or break. If we consolidate here and don't commit, I could see us ping-ponging back into the 40.50 zone. Who knows? That's why we let the market show its hand first. Dollar is weak, yields are steady, so the bias is up, but we need a clean close above 40.80 before I get excited. What do you guys see? Breakout or fake? Oh, that is a clean sweep. All 3 targets. Boom. Plus 311 pips on the final runner. Perfect trade start to finish. Whoo! Right guys, let's talk about this afternoon session. Gold has just been on an absolute heater since we got that Asian low swept earlier. We were sitting around the 40.20s and it just ripped through that London range, and now we're testing up here near the 40.90 level in New York. That's a 70-point rally in just a few hours. My EA had a rough start today, got caught in a couple of those choppy fakeouts before lunch, but then it locked in. We just stacked 311 pips on the final runner from a buy entry, and it's the kind of trade that makes you forget the morning headache, you know? Now look, the daily time frame is still screaming sell at us, and we're way above the day open, so there's overhead resistance from the weekly pivot that the hourly RSI is cooking at almost $70 is weak, and fear is still high. This could get rejected hard up here, or we could push further into the void. I actually think we might squeeze a little more, but I'm not chasing it. The EA's flat now, and that's the smart play. We wait for the next signal. This exact robot you're watching, the Julia Scalper EA, over on XAUUSD just proved it can navigate this mess live. Pretty cool to watch, right? What do you guys think? Do we fade this strength, or let it run into the close? I'm curious where your heads are at. Hi, I'm Garwal. Great question. So right now there is no open trade. The EA closed everything earlier, including that beautiful take profit 3 runner. The system is already scanning for the next setup. So there's nothing to hold or square off at this moment. Just sit back and let the EA do its thing. Alright guys, I think we're about to see a big move here. Gold has been consolidating all afternoon. But look at this. We are sitting right on the day's NY highs at 40.91, but the weekly is still screaming sell. That divergence is exactly when things get spicy. The dollar is slipping, yield stable, and silver is ripping 2.5% higher. That's usually a leading indicator for gold, right? So we have this tug of war. The higher timeframes say bearish, but the intraday momentum says we're pushing. I'm watching how we close around this 40.91 level. If we clear it, the zone above is wide open to the 4100s. But if we reject here, we could see a sharp drop back toward the day open. The EA hasn't fired yet, it's waiting, exactly like we should be. No reason to force a trade in this chop. Let the market tip its hand. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? Let me know where you're watching from. Maxi, so glad you're here. Right now we've got a mixed bias. Short-term momentum is bullish across the 5-minute, 15-minute, and 1-hour charts, but the daily and weekly are still pointing lower. The market is consolidating with moderate chop, so the EA is scanning patiently. We just came off a beautiful triple target winner earlier, so I'm watching how price behaves around these levels before the next entry. Alright guys, let's zoom out for a second and look at the big picture. Gold's getting hammered this month, down close to 10%. That's a brutal monthly candle, and the weekly's lost 3%. But here's the thing, the big money, the commercial hedgers, they're still loaded up long at a 6-to-1 ratio. That's not nothing. And with the Fed most likely holding rates steady, the dollar is weakening, which is textbook bullish for gold. So we have this massive disconnect between the short-term selling pressure and the institutional positioning. That's the tension I'm watching. Now zooming into today, we reclaimed the day open at 40.14, blew past the Asian high, swept through the London range, and now we're sitting at 40.80. Price is above the Prev day high, which is a clean structural shift higher. The daily chart is still screaming sell with RSI at 37, but the 1 hour is buying, MACD is turning, and we just ripped 311 pips on a single runner earlier. That tells me momentum is shifting, at least for the session. We're right in this mid-range of the Bollinger Bands, no resistance overhead until the old pivot zone near 41.50. But I'll be honest, I don't love chasing here at 40.80 with the daily bearish. We could see a pullback to 40.50, 40.60 before the next leg up. That's where the EA sits and waits. No need to force anything, right? And the best part about this bot is you don't need any trading experience for it. The robot picks the entries, sets the stop loss, and take profit automatically, so you can just watch. If you want to see the full dashboard and trade history, head over to XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we see a corrective dip first, or does gold just keep Hey, who? Look at gold just slamming into that 4084 level like it's a brick wall. I mean, we pushed up from the open, reclaimed the Asian high, slipped through London's range, and now we're sitting right under this NY session high at 4091. That's the magnet, my friends. The EA had a killer run earlier, 4 straight winning trades. One of them hit all 3 targets for 311 pips on the runner. But since then, nothing, and I love it. That discipline is exactly what I want to see. No reason to force a trade into this obvious resistance zone. We're in a trend. The ADX is at 41, but the RSI on the hourly is at 68, getting a little toasty. I could see a fake out above 4091 before a real flush, or we just correct from here. Honestly, could go either way. Let's see if the buyers can hold this close above 40.84, because if they can't, that's a short setup right into the day open. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? Chat's been quiet. Let me hear your levels. Naxi, what do I think? I think gold is looking absolutely feisty right now. We just bounced hard off that 4084 level, and the EA is loving it. The daily RSI is oversold at 37, VIX is calm at 19, and the dollar is weak. That's a perfect storm for gold bulls. I'm watching the 4560 pivot like a hawk. If we break that, it's game on. Wait, hold on. I'm looking at this hourly chart and there's a really interesting divergence forming. The RSI on the 1H is at 68.8, getting overextended, but price is still pushing up into this 4085 zone. That's the NY high, and we've tested it like 3 times now without a clean break. So either we're about to get a liquidity grab above it, or the sellers are going to step in hard and reject us back down. I honestly don't know which way it breaks. But this is exactly the kind of setup that pays to be patient for, right? You know, this whole live stream is just raw and unedited. Every single trade, both the wins and the losses, playing out in real time. Nothing's cherry-picked here, which is why we do this 24/7 at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we see a fake out above 40.95 and then a flush? Or is gold starting to run for that weak open above? Sell is live at 40.76. 27. Right in the middle of this range again. Stops at 40.85, 80. Targets stepping down to 40.66, 40.60, and 40.50. Smart modes watching the chop. Let's see if it earns its keep. Okay, Friday afternoon, US session, gold is choppy as hell, and our profit and loss today is showing it. Minus 30.06 on 86 trades. 42 wins, 44 losses. You watch that ratio and you think, rough grind, but the market is literally telling you why. ADX at 16.7. That's a dead zone. No trend, just noise. The EA is getting clipped on both sides, but that's what happens when you're trading a range. This tight, we have one open sell at 40.76, 65, and it's sitting negative 69 pips, which tells you the buyers are still lurking above us. I don't hate the entry, but I'm watching that 40.87 level like a hawk. If we break that, the setup might be invalid. We had some nice grabs earlier, a couple quick TP2S on a buy run that caught that London pump to 40.55. But then the midday got sloppy. The dollar dipped, yield stayed stable, and gold just floated sideways. I think, honestly, the big picture is still bearish. Daily RSI at 36, MACD below signal, weekly down 3%, but on the hourly, we're overextended at 65 RSI. So I'm not shocked the sell isn't printing yet. We need either a dollar spike or a catalyst to flush this range. Until then, it's a patience game. The EA is catching what it can, 38 pips per trade average on the winners, which is solid for this environment. Saw the news about Iranian oil waivers. That's a geopolitical tailwind for gold, but the market didn't flinch. That's a sign of absorption, not momentum. If we don't get a clean break below 40.60 by New York close, I'll be looking to flatten and reset for Monday. And hey, the EA just Wait, look at this. Gold just rejected that 4084 level for the third time in the last hour, right? Clear resistance there. I was gonna say it's the NY high, but no, we're actually trading below the session upper range at 4092, and that's the real ceiling right now. That open sell we have from 4076 is in pain. I won't lie, minus 747 pips is rough, but I like the setup because the dollar is tanking and gold just can't push through that zone. Momentum's fading on the hourly, RSI is cooking near 68, getting overextended. We either get a clean leg down or we're gonna see a squeeze into that 4092 level first. Honestly, it could go either way here. That's exactly why the stop is where it is. What do you guys think from your charts? Are you seeing that rejection at 4084, or am I reading too much into it? Hey guys, Friday afternoon, US session, and the big story right now is the Fed. The rate outlook is basically locked in for the next meeting, and that's keeping yields stable and the dollar under pressure. That's usually the perfect cocktail for gold to push higher, and you can see it right now. We're trading at 40.81, well above the Asian and London highs, basically showing us who's in control. But here's where I get cautious. Look at the technicals. We smashed through the day open and the talk session ranges, but we're still trapped in a range. The ADX is barely 10, the CHOP index is above 55, and the hourly RSI is cooking at 68. We're getting overextended. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a little fake out before a bigger move. My open sell at 40.76 is drowning right now, 539 pips in the red, but the EA has a stop on it, and that's the only thing saving us from a bigger headache. You have to respect the levels and let the robot manage the risk. So here's the honest truth. I think we could break higher if the dollar keeps slipping, but I am not convinced yet. We need to hold above the previous day high at 40.43, and the session opens for the rally to be real. If we reject 40.92, that's the pivot resistance clinging to the top of the range, I might look for a scalp lower. What are you all seeing? Drop a comment and let me know your levels. If you want to test this risk-first approach yourself, check out the robot at XAUUSD, It's all about protecting the account, not chasing the moon. $90 pips, gone. That's the cost of doing business. Risk was defined. We took the hit clean. On to the next one. What's that? 90 pips. Swallowed by the noise? This is why we size small, hit, clean exit. Onwards. Long at 40.87.894, right in the middle of this choppy mess, stops at 40.79.972, target stepping up, first 195.816, then 10.1097, and the runner at 10.9019. Smart mode's watching the noise. Okay, let's see if this one can climb through the chop. Hey BGG, that's awesome to hear. Sounds like you caught a nice move on gold today. You know, even in this choppy afternoon session, those quick scalps do come through when the price respects the levels. Just make sure you're protecting those gains now. The market can turn on a dime during the London-New York overlap. Guys, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the Fed. The rate outlook is basically locked in, and that's giving gold a bit of a tailwind right now. With the dollar dipping a little, gold is managing to catch a bid even though it's still in a choppy sideways mess overall. We're sitting on this buy from 40.8790, currently down about 103 pips, and to be honest, it's a tough spot. The RSI on the hourly is cooking at 69, so we're getting a little overextended, but the ADX is only 9.9, which tells you there's no real conviction in any direction. I'm not jumping out of this trade yet, but I'm watching the 4091 area like a hawk. If we can't break and hold above the New York high, we might just get chewed up again. What do you guys think? Does this range break today, or do we just sit in the muck until close? Alright guys, today has been a grind. We're down over 10 grand on the day with 89 trades, 42 wins against 47 losses. That tells you the whole story. The market is just range-bound, ADX at 13, choppiness index at 58, classic no man's land. Nothing wants to trend. Right now we've got a buy running from 40.87, 90, up about 600 pips, so that's a little life. But we're getting squeezed between the NY high at 40.95 and that daily pivot resistance zone around 4,100. It's a magnet, but it's also a wall. We'll see if we can push through before the close. If not, the EA might lock in what it can. It's quiet in here today, but if you're watching, drop a pin where you're tuning in from. Traders in over 40 countries run this same robot on their own accounts. You can see the setup at XAUUSD.com. No guarantees, but the data's honest. Ah, 79 pips in the bag and we're sitting at break even now. That feels good. No more risk, just pure freedom to see where this goes. Let's see if it stretches for the next one. Break even's in. That's the best sound in trading. Zero risk, just pure cruise control from here. Ah, 23 pips and we're out. That's the bite we signed up for. Small, clean, done. Okay, next one's loading. $18 pips, and that's it. We knew the line, we gave the trade room, and it took the hit. Clean, quick, and done. Okay, the Fed's basically locked in for a hold next meeting, and that's keeping the dollar under pressure. DXY is drifting lower, and gold is just loving it, up over $60 today. Right now we're sitting at 40.90 after a clean push through the New York high, and the hourly RSI is cooking a bit at 70, so we might be a little stretched, but the daily is still giving a sell signal, so there's a tug of war happening. Just watch the EA snag a nice TP on that last buy, 79 pips, smooth grab off the level, and that's exactly what you'd expect from this system reading the room. If you're wondering what's running these trades, it's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD, julia.com, right there on screen, no hype, just the action. As for what's next, we're ranging hard, ADX under 14, chop index above 57, so I'm not chasing. Watch how we close relative to 40.95. If we stall, the sellers might step in, but if we clear it, that opens the 4,100 magnet. Who knows? Let's see how London settles, and I'd love to hear what you guys are seeing out there. Drop a flag in chat. Alright guys, look at this. We're sitting at 40.89.90 on a Friday afternoon in the New York session, and gold has been absolutely relentless to the upside today, up over 62 bucks. You see the day open at 40.14. We reclaimed that hours ago, and since then, it's been a slow, steady grind higher, and I'm convinced that's trapping anyone who tried to short the intraday strength. They see the daily RSI at 37, the price way below the 50 SMA at 44.69, and they think, easy short. But the market just keeps absorbing it and walking up. We broke above the old NY high at 40.95, that's the magnet. Now the question is, do we get a fake-out breakout higher, or does the weekend positioning start pulling us back? The EA took a few losses earlier in the chop, but the last few trades, clean, methodical, running into the close. I'm just watching how this candle closes relative to the 40.90 round number. If we hold above, those trapped shorts are going to have a long weekend thinking about it. What do you guys see out there? Luke Lin, great to hear from you again, my friend. The New York session closes at 5 p.m. New York time, which is 22 GMT. We are in the final stretch of the week here, and you know how Friday afternoons can get. Sometimes we see a big shakeout or a last-minute run before the close. I'm loving that you're following along live. Come on, Mokodampit. Hey, my friend. Good to see you again. You're absolutely right. With the market closing today, this is a great time to get things set up before the weekend. I have the EA scanning right now, and it's staying patient in this choppy New York afternoon. Are you thinking of getting Julia Scalper installed on your MetaTrader 4 to be ready for Monday's open? Alright guys, let's talk about what's happening here at 4092.86. We're in the New York session on a Friday, and look at this price action. We've blown right through the previous day high at 40.43. We're above the Asian high, and I'm looking at all those shorts that got trapped below 40.50 earlier. They're getting absolutely squeezed right now, and the volume story tells me this isn't done yet. The EA has been picking off these moves cleanly. We had a nice 311 pip runner earlier, then a couple of small stops, but that's just the cost of doing business in a range. The dollar is weak, yields are stable, and gold is just absorbing every dip. I don't know if we blast through 4,100 today or not. Could go either way honestly, but the shorts are hurting and that's the story. By the way, this robot is a one-time lifetime license. No subscription, free updates forever. Check it out at XAUUSD.Julia.com if you want to see how it handles these setups. What do you guys think? Do we push higher into the close, or do we see a fake out? Right. Shorts on at 40.85, 28, right in the thick of this indecisive mess. Stops 9 points up. First targets down the ladder. Choppy as hell, but smart mode's got its eye on it. Let's see if this one can weave through the noise. Alright guys, look at this COT data from last week. Speculators are still net long 180k gold contracts, over 6 LOMs for every short. The big money is clearly positioning for something bigger here, and yet we're sitting in this range at 40.88. I mean, the daily RSI is at 37, we're still $1,500 off the all-time high, so the institutional narrative is bullish in the medium term. But right now, this Friday afternoon chop is just noise. Our EA is sitting on a sell from 40.85, down 250 pips. Oof. Honestly, I'd like to see us hold this level and maybe squeeze up into the 40.95 NY high before we get any real direction. Let the weekly close confirm it, you know? What do you guys think? Are we building momentum or just marking time? $70 pips. That stings, but it's exactly what we signed up for. Risk was set before we even hit enter. Clean hit, clean exit, on to the next one. $71 pips, clean hit, clean exit. That's the deal. Define the risk, respect the line, move on. Okay, buys loaded at 92.3, smack in the middle of this choppy soup. Stops down 7.7, target stacked up, first at 99.9, then 050, and a runner at 12.7. Smart mode's watching the chaos, this one's gonna need to breathe. Preza Sammy, welcome to the stream. I see you're watching gold at 40.88 right now. We've actually got a live buy trade running from 40.91, and it's hovering just above our stop loss at 40.85. Choppy market conditions today, so we're staying disciplined. What caught your eye for a sell at this level? Alright guys, let's talk about this level right here at 40.88. That's where we're sitting, and it's the NI range high from earlier today. We've tested it, we've bounced off it, and now we're hovering right on it. If we can hold above this, the next magnet is the 4,100 round number. That's where the liquidity is resting. But if we fail here and slip back below, we're right back into the chop zone between 40.55 and 40.36. Honestly, it could go either way, that's why we wait for the close. And for anyone just joining, everything you see on screen is the Julia Scalper EA, trading a real account by itself, no human touching it. Check out XAUUSD Julia.com if you want to see the full setup. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? $67 pips. Gone? That's the bite we planned for. Nothing more. On to the next one. $66 pips, and we're done here. Right where we planned it. Clean risk, clean exit. Alright, next one's coming in. Alright, shorts live at 408, 4.7, right in the middle of this sideways mess. Stops 7 points up, 3 targets waiting below, smart modes watching every wiggle. Let's see if this one can sneak its way down. Alright guys, the dollar is getting absolutely hammered this Friday, down another 11 basis points, and yields are slipping too. That dollar weakness is the fuel, right? That's why gold has been grinding higher all session despite the choppy sideways mess we're actually in. The ADX is sitting at 13, that's a dead market by any measure. We're just drifting. Now, look at the charts. We blew straight through the old daily pivot and the previous day's high, reclaimed the day open, and now we're hovering around 40.85. My short's been getting nibbled on, 12 pips in the red, but honestly, the range is so thin I don't even hate the position. It's just noise. We're right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. Hourly RSI is pushing 68. I'd like to see a little exhaustion here to confirm my sell, but who knows? This market could fake either way. We've had a brutal day, the EA took a few chunks out of us, but we're still here. We wait for the close. We don't force anything. If anyone's watching from New York, shout out. Things could get spicy into the close. Let me know what you're seeing. Alright, Friday afternoon chop. Classic US session noise. The EA has been getting absolutely battered today. We've had a few solid wins, but the robot's been catching some nasty stops on both sides, and that's just what happens when you're fighting in a range with ADX at 13. Honestly, this price action is a mess. We're sitting at 40.85, technically above Asian and London highs, but we can't hold any momentum to save our lives. That open sell we just put on is already showing a loss, and I'm watching that 40.95 level like a hawk. If we break it, the shorts are in trouble. And if you're wondering how the EA handles this kind of chaos, it works on any MetaTrader 4 broker, installs in about 5 minutes with the video guide over at XAUUSDjulia.com. No promises, but I trust the system. Sometimes you just gotta let it cook through the noise. What do you guys think? Are we getting a fake out above the NY high, or is the selling coming back? Look at that. Gold is just pushing higher into the New York close, sitting at 40.87 now, and you can feel the sellers getting a little nervous here. We're above the Asian high, above the London range, and we've reclaimed the day open by a mile. That tells me the bulls are in control for this session, no doubt. But here's the thing. We're still in a choppy range on the higher time frame. ADX is barely 12, so this move could just be noise before we snap back. Our open sell from 40.85 is getting squeezed a bit, but honestly, I don't hate the position. We're holding right at this level where the 1H RSI is getting toppy at 68, which is usually a sign we might stall. We've had a brutal day on the P&L, but you know what? In these markets you just let the EA do its thing. Let's see how this candle closes, my friends. If we can't break 40.95, I like our chances. What do you guys think from wherever you're watching? right? Look at that. We just tapped 40.85 and gold is like, nope, I don't want to go higher. That rejection off the New York high is real, guys. We're still stuck in this range and the EA is sitting on that sell from 40.84, running 190 pips in profit right now. Honestly, I'm a little surprised we haven't snapped back under the day open yet, because this Friday afternoon chop is nasty. But you know what I love? The robot doesn't care about chop, it just lets the levels do the work. You don't need any trading experience for that. Everything is automated at XAUUSD So far it's holding, but let's see. If we don't get a clean breakdown here, I might get nervous about another squeeze into the close. What do you guys think? So, check out the Bollinger Bands on gold right now. We're sitting almost dead center of that 39.56 to 45.41 range, and honestly, that's exactly what a range-bound market feels like. The ADX is reading 16.4, which tells me there's basically no directional conviction, just this 2.8% volatility hum. It's not quiet, but it's not going anywhere either. And with the fear and greed index at 25, fear territory, falling, I gotta say, the sentiment here is screaming, I'm cautious, but gold's still grinding higher off that weak dollar, up $55 today. Now, we're holding a sell from near the New York high at 40.85, sitting at 40.82 now, and that's a solid 250 pips in the green. But you know what? The bigger picture says the weekly is down almost 3%. The daily's still in sell territory on TradingView, and the MACD is below signal line, so I'm not convinced this rally has legs yet. Let's see if we can break below the day open level at 40.14. That's the real test. What do you guys think? Do we chop into the close, or finally get a push lower? $69 pips locked in, and now we're playing with the house's money. Break even safe, this one can't lose anymore. Let's see if it wants to keep running. Break even's locked in, zero risk from here. Now we just sit back and see if it wants to stretch its legs a little more. Alright, let's talk gold. We're sitting at 40.76 here in the US session, and honestly, it feels like the market got stuck in a midday nap. The daily RSI is down at 36.5, so we're in the lower end of the range, but the hourly just pushed up to 62.8, which tells me we bounced. I'm seeing a bit of a tug of war between that daily sell signal and the short-term buy, makes for a choppy mess. Looking at the news, we've got an interesting headline about Iranian oil flows to India despite the US waiver situation. Keeps crude under pressure at 69, and that's dragging down commodity sentiment generally. But gold? It's holding its own, up 1.2% today. The dollar's flat, yields are stable, so no real catalyst to kick us out of this rut. Now our open sell from 40.85 is sitting pretty with 847 pips and break-even locked in, so we're playing with house money here. I love that. The EA just took risk off the table. If you're wondering how we manage that, this very robot, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, is the one running these entries and exits live in front of you. I'm watching for a close below the 40.70 zone to confirm momentum, but if we ping 40.85 again, I'm getting ready for a squeeze. What do you guys think? Are we going lower, or is this a dead cat bounce? Let me know where you're watching from. No, if we compare today to yesterday, it's night and day difference. Yesterday we were getting absolutely hammered, bleeding pips left and right in that downtrend. Today, the market's totally different. It's consolidated, caught its breath, and now we're holding above the Asian high and the day open, which is a solid sign of strength for the short term. I mean, look at that. The EA is sitting on a sell from 40.85 with nearly 1,000 pips in profit, and we've got risk off with break-even locked in on some other trades. But here's the thing, price stalled right at the NY range highs, around 40.95, and that's a level I've got my eye on. If we can't push through there, the bears might step back in, especially with the daily and weekly charts screaming sell. Honestly, I don't know if we break higher or get rejected. This consolidation could go either way, my friends. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze up and take out that 40.95 liquidity, or is this the top before another leg down? Let me know where you're watching from. If you compare today to yesterday, it's just a totally different animal. Yesterday we had that clean, relentless slide, and today the market woke up and said, nah, I'm gonna consolidate. We're sitting at 40.74.72 in the US session, and the defining feature is the chop, ADX, at 21.1, chopping us at 46.6. This thing has zero conviction. We thought a sell trade opened from 40.85, and we're already 10.19 pips in profit on it, which is great. But I'm not celebrating yet because this range has been punishing. Look at the trade history, it's been stop out after stop out on both sides. The EA just locked break-even on that sell, zero risk, and now we wait. Gold jumped off the Asian high earlier and reclaimed the day open at 40.14, which is constructive for the bears, but 40.95 is the NY high, and that's the magnet above. I could be wrong here. This could easily squeeze up to 4,100 and trap us all. That's why the stop is the stop. And remember, every single trade you see here, win or loss, is live and raw at XAUUSDjulia.com. Nothing cherry-picked, nothing hidden. What do you guys think? Do we hold this level or get swept? Oh, 116 pips locked in, and the runner's still out there grinding for more. This one's got legs. Let's see if it can reach the final door. Wait, look at this divergence on the 15-minute chart. Gold is pushing up, making higher highs, but the RSI is clearly making lower highs. That's a bearish hidden divergence if I've ever seen one, and it usually resolves hard. We're at 40.77 right now, consolidating after that wild move through the Asian high and London range. We're basically sitting above everything from the overnight session, which is bullish structure, but the momentum is dying. The EA just clocked a nice 116 pip win on that sell from the 40.85 area, and that's exactly the kind of trade this system lives for, riding the rejection off a key level. Now we're in drawdown a bit on the open runner, but that's fine. It's a risk-free trade, and the market's still indecisive with that ADX around 21, choppiness index at 50, could go either way honestly. I'm watching the 40.87 level as a magnet. If we can't break it, the shorts stay in control. By the way, if you're wondering what robot is catching these moves, it's the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, julia.com, the one you're watching trade right now. It's just doing its thing, reading the flow. What do you guys think? Are we gonna fake this breakout? Or push for real? Let me know. Okay, let me tell you what I'm watching right now. I am glued to this one level here at 40.75. This is the former daily pivot support, right? We slid through it earlier, and now the price has snapped right back and is basically hugging it from above. I want to see if the sellers defend it and push us back down into the range, or if this is a retest that fails and we start a new leg higher. It's the whole ball game in one number. Honestly, the EA has been getting chopped up in this mess. We are down 16 grand for the day, which is just brutal. Okay, the Fed is basically locked into holding rates here, right? That narrative is getting pretty stale, and gold is actually finding some footing because of it. The dollar's got a small headache, yields are backing off just a touch, and that's all my yellow metal needs right now to breathe. But the technical setup, it's a mess. We're range-bound, the ADX is dead, and it feels like the market stepped out for a cigarette. I'm watching this 4072 level like a hawk. We keep bouncing off it, but the drive higher gets slapped down every time. Our sell from 4085 is sitting there, and the EA just locked it in at break even after that first TP hit. So the risk is gone. If anyone's curious how that automation works, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. Honestly, I don't have a clear read here. You can't force a trade in chop like this. You just wait for the liquidity grab at one of these session extremes. What area are you guys watching? Drop it in the chat if you're still awake out there. You know what's wild? Comparing today to yesterday, we were getting absolutely crushed, SUB-4000, and now we've rallied nearly $100 off that low. It's like the market remembered the dollar is weak and gold is supposed to go up. That actually makes sense. Okay, so the EA is sitting on this sell from 40.85, right? We're in profit, but I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm watching 40.75 like a hawk. That's where the NY session is putting in work, and if we can't break below it cleanly, I don't trust the downside yet. The RSI on the daily is still bearish at 36, but the AR just flipped to a buy signal. Mixed signals everywhere. The big story for me is the ADX dropping to 18. That's a range, pure chop, and my EA knows it. We've had 101 trades today, and it's bleeding a bit on the losers. You can't force direction in this environment. The fear index is down to 25, which screams scared money. But the COT data says the big players are still loaded long. Something's gotta give. What do you think? Are we about to see a breakout? Or are we stuck in this 40.36, 40.95 box through the close? Drop your thoughts. I'm watching every tick. Okay, let's talk about what's driving gold right now, because the real story is in the dollar and bonds. The dollar's basically flat, and yields are a little lower, but not by much. That combo is actually giving gold a bit of room to breathe, but it's not a rocket ship move, it's more like a slow drift higher. Honestly, if the dollar really tanks, gold could catch a big bid, but we're not there yet. If we look at the charts, price is sitting above all the major session levels, Asian highs, London highs. We've reclaimed the day open. That's a good sign for the bulls. But the 15-minute RSI is getting a little stretched, and the ADX on the lower timeframes is weak, so we're in a range. I don't see a clear breakout yet, just consolidation near the top of the New York range at 40.95. That's the ceiling we need to crack. We have that sell from 40.85 still running, and honestly, given the choppy environment, we're just waiting. The EA isn't forcing anything, and it shouldn't. Sitting on our hands is a position. And speaking of the robot, it's the same one being used by traders in over 40 countries, all running their own accounts with it. You can check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com. Let me know what you think. Do we break 40.95 or fake it? I'm leaning toward a fake out first, but let's see how this candle closes. Look at this on the daily. Gold is down 3.2% this week, dumped nearly 10% in a month, and yet here we are at 40.68, and the RSI on daily is at 36, which is textbook oversold territory. Now the dollar is flat, yields are steady, and gold is just sitting. I mean, don't get me wrong, this could still chop sideways for a while. The ADX is only 18.5, we're in a range, but that oversold daily RSI, with the broader bullish COT positioning, that's the kind of divergence that makes you sit up. We've got this open sell from 40.85 running 1672 pips in profit, which is nice, but now we're watching for the EMA 20 at 42.34. If we snap back up there, this sell gets interesting. Honestly, could go either way. Let's see how the NY close shapes up. I'm your lucky, my guy. Good to see you back in the stream. You're asking about accuracy, and I love that question. Look, right now the market is in a ranging condition with a weak trend and high chop, so the EA is taking more frequent trades to capture those quick scalps. When you look at today's stats, we've got 101 trades with 46 wins, but in a choppy environment like this, the key is that the system is smart enough to survive and find opportunities. If you want fewer, higher probability trades, you can always turn range trade off in the settings, and it will only go after cleaner trend moves. But I love that you're paying attention to the details. Hey Himachamadas, great question. Julia Scalper version 6 runs on MetaTrader 4, which is available on both desktop and mobile. You can absolutely connect to your MetaTrader 4 account from your phone to monitor the trades in real time. However, the EA itself needs to be attached to the chart on the desktop version to run and execute trades automatically. So you set it up on your computer or VPS, and then watch the action from your phone anytime. Himachamadas, great to have you here. I'm glad you're liking what you see. So about setting this up on your phone, you absolutely can. Julia Scalper runs on MetaTrader 4, and MetaTrader 4 Hector's a full mobile app available for both iPhone and Android. Just download the MetaTrader 4 app, log into your trading account, and you can attach the EA right from your phone. It's super convenient. You'll love having gold trading right in your pocket. Chamnadas, it's so good to have you back, my friend. Of course, you're very welcome. I'm glad you're here watching the gold action with me today. We just had a beauty of a full take profit 3 sweep, and the market is still cooking. Enjoy the show. Himajamnaas, great to see you again, buddy. Oh, £100. Sure thing. Julia Scalper has no minimum account size, so you can absolutely start with that. Just run the default 0.01 lots on the auto lot setting, and you're good to go. Thanks for coming back, my friend. Nadas, so glad to hear it's looking good. You're watching gold right now at 40.66, and that full take profit 3 sweep we just had was really satisfying. I love seeing the EA lock in those runner profits, especially after the choppy start we had earlier today. Amazing to have you watching with us. Are you thinking about setting the EA up on your own account? Himachamnadas, my friend, you're back. So great to see you here again. I remember you were asking about phone setup and starting with £100. That's awesome. And look at the gold chart right now. We just swept a beautiful take profit 3 earlier, and gold is consolidating near 40.66. Are you watching the New York session with us? Let's talk about the real game right now. The COT data shows the big players are still loaded up long on gold, 6-to-1 speculators to shorts. So the institutional money is betting higher even after this month's bloodbath. And here we are consolidating at 40.67 after reclaiming the day open and punching above the Asian high. That's classic smart money reaccumulation, right? But the daily RSI is at 35, we're deep in the red on the month, and that week open at 63.22 might as well be on another planet. I'm not sure we have the fuel for a real breakout yet. The EA just wrapped up a clean short sequence an hour ago, hit all 3 take profits and cleared the board. This exact robot you're watching, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, just walked away with a full sweep while we sit here in the chop. Now we're in no man's land with no open trades, just watching how the daily candle closes. If they can't push it lower off this consolidation, we could squeeze into the New York close, but honestly you saw what fresh hell this price has been. I wouldn't bet the farm on a moonshot tonight. Right. Let's talk about this gold session right now. We're sitting at 40.66.62, and the first thing that jumps out at me is that Bollinger Band action. We're hugging the lower band at 39.54, and the daily candle today popped almost 40 higher off that zone. That's telling me there's some serious absorption happening at these lows. Volatility is still elevated, 2.8% on ATR, but the CHOP index is right at 48, so it's not a runaway trend. It's a consolidation zone, and consolidations in a downtrend. Who knows? Could be a base, could be a bull trap. The dollar? It's flat, barely a flicker at 101.37. Yields are stable, so the story here isn't macro headlines right now. This feels more like technical rebalancing after a brutal week. We're below that 40.17.7 pivot zone on the 15-minute, but we just reclaimed the day open at 40.14, and that's a big deal. Asian lows got swept, London came in, and now we're testing the NY high area around 40.95. If we can hold above that day open, I lean bullish for the close, but honestly, we're still 3% down for the week, and the daily ADX is still strong at 41. This is a wounded market looking for direction. Oh, and the COT data, it's still showing speculators heavily long. That's the elephant in the room. 6.8 times long to short? That's speculative overcrowding from weeks ago, and now we're watching if those longs get flushed. If we can't break back above the 4,100 handle by Monday, the shorts will keep piling on. For now, the EA is sitting tight, no trades open, and that's exactly the right call. In CHOP like this, patience beats aggression every time. The robot Right? Look at the action we just had. We swept through the Asian high and reclaimed the day open, and now price is just hovering around the 40.67 level. That's a classic setup. We're right on that old resistance that turned support. And you know what happens if shorts got trapped on that initial move down to 39.65? They got squeezed hard. We took a few hits earlier. The EAs had a rough day with a 10K drawdown, but that last sell run from 1640 to 1902 was textbook. We closed take profit 3 at 187 pips and locked it. The daily chart still says sell, and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band with RSI at 35.8, so the big trend is bearish, but for now we're in this consolidation zone. I honestly don't know if we fade this level or let it pop to test the 4,100. It's that kind of market where you wait for the candle close. What do you guys think? Are we setting up another squeeze for the bears, or is this just the calm before another flush down? Buys in at 70.048, right in the mush of this choppy zone. Stops 4 points down, targets stacked above. Smart modes on watch. This one better earn its keep. Alright, let's talk about what's happening right now, because I think we've got some trapped traders in play. We're sitting at 40.68, and look at the price action. We reclaimed the day open, we're above the Asian high, and that's a classic liquidity grab scenario. The shorts who piled in during that London dip are getting squeezed, and the buyers who chased the breakout, they're probably feeling a bit nervous because we're stalling right here in this choppy zone. The ADX is only 16, so there's no real conviction. It's just a messy range, and whoever gets caught on the wrong side of a fakeout is getting burned. I mean, we had that sell-off earlier, then we snapped back hard, and now we're just hovering. Honestly, I don't have a strong directional bias here. Could go either way, and that's why we wait for the close. But if you're short from the 40.70 area, you're probably sweating right now, and if you're long from the 40.30, you're hoping we don't flush back down. Let's see how this candle closes relative to the previous one. That's the real tell. And hey, the robot just hit a take profit on that sell earlier, which is exactly what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, Julia.com, is designed to do: catch those moves and lock them in. What do you guys think? Do we break higher or fake it again? with Billionaire Cod. So glad you jumped into the stream. Gold is in a bit of a choppy range right now, but we just grabbed a nice buy at 40.70. It's running about 80 pips so far. Let's see if this breakout has legs. 39 pips in the bag, and now we're playing with house money. Break-evens locked, zero risk. Let's see if this one wants to keep climbing. Break-evens locked in, now we're just watching the market with no sweat. Let's see if it wants to earn its keep from here. Oof. Look at that reaction. Okay, let's talk about something contrarian here. Everyone's obsessed with the weekly close and this massive negative 3.1% hit gold just took. But I'm looking at the daily RSI sitting at 36.4. That's not exhaustion. That's a market that's been pounded into a corner. And the speculators? They're long 180,000 contracts. That's 6-1. The big money got caught holding the bag on that drop, and now they're gonna fight to defend their positions. Meanwhile, we're sitting on a buy at 70 flat, locked at break even, and we just clipped 39 pips like it was nothing. I mean, honestly, look at that ATR. Volatility is compressing. Price is settling between these bands at 39.55 and 45.42. We're in the mush right now, but that's where the EA lives. It reads these trapped moves. And this exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, Julia.com, that's what you're watching execute in real time. No reacting, just following the levels. Now the question for you guys is, do we think we drift higher into the New York close? Or do we see one more sweep to the lows before the weekend? Let me know. Runner just hit break even, that's fine, take profit once already in the pocket. Overall, we're still green, clean and calm. Hey, you know what's interesting? We're down 10 grand on the day. The daily RSI is sitting at 36, basically in oversold territory, but the 4-hour time frame is screaming sell right at us. It's a brutal clash. So here we are, Friday evening, price is at 40.68, and the market is just range bound. ADX is under 11, it's a choppy mess. We just had a sell trade that worked out nice, grabbed the take profit 3 for plus 187 pips on the last runner. That's the kind of clean move you have to be ready for when this thing finally decides to pick a direction. And right there, you saw it, the robot just locked in those profits live. That is exactly what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com is built to do. It catches the moves you can't sit and wait for all day. Look, I don't see a clear level in between here. We're above the Asian and London highs, but we're sitting under the daily open, basically. The previous day high around 40.43 got reclaimed, so that's now a floor for us. But can we push through the 40.95 NY high? That's the big question. For now, we're flat, no open trades, and I'm just watching how this candle closes relative to the last one. That's the price action story. Don't force anything. What do you guys think? Do we fade the breakout or wait for a clean break of that NY high? Let me know. Right. Short just triggered at 40.66. 30, right in the middle of this choppy soup. Stops 4.5 pips above, 3 targets trailing down below. Smart mode's watching, let's see if it can carve a path through this noise. Carla Cervez, my old friend. Welcome back. You always keep the chat real. I love it, and you are absolutely right. Julia isn't a person. This whole stream is a live trading desk developed by a team of expert traders. Every single trade you see running right now, including this sell at 40.66, that's currently down 56 pips, is happening on a real live account, fully automated by the EA. No human fingers clicking, just cold, calculated code working the gold market as we speak. So tell me, are you seeing any setups you like in this chop, or are you sitting on your hands with me? Hey, look at this. We are tangled up at the 4067 level, and the market is just lifeless right now. ADX is basically asleep on the short time frames. The dollar's getting a little weaker, so gold is getting a bit of a backstop, but it can't find any buyers to push it through that NY range ceiling at 40.95. We do have this open sell from 4067.70, and it is stuck. It's not a bad entry, but the momentum just isn't there to drive it lower yet. The daily RSI is down at 36, which is telling me the path of least resistance is still down long term. But for tonight, who knows? We might just chop around until London wakes up tomorrow. We just saw the EA lock in a full 3 target runner earlier in the session, which is exactly how this thing is built to work. Catch the wave and protect the profit. That same Julia Scalper EA you're watching trade right now over at XAUUSD, Julia.com is doing that all day long. For now, we're just sitting on our hands. I'm not going to force a trade into flat action. Let's see if we get that final flush of the day, or if the bears are done for the weekend. Stop's just been clipped at minus 40 pips. That's the risk we measured before we even hit the button. Clean loss. No surprises. On to the next one. Stop just got clipped at 40 pips. That's the exact number we put on the table before we even hit go. Clean, planned, and behind us now. Next one's loading. Alright, let's talk about this. Gold is at 40.71 and it's just sitting here. We finally broke out of that Asian range, reclaimed the day open, and now we're testing the high of the New York session at about 40.95. That's the magnet right now. I'm watching this level closely because if we don't get a rejection here, the path to the big air pocket up to, well, nowhere, until 4,100 gets real interesting. The RSI on the hourly is cooking a bit at 60, but the bigger picture on the 4-hour and daily is still heavy. The market is in a choppy mess with an ADX of 12. It's a range and we're at the top of it. So I'm not chasing. I'm thinking maybe we see a little fake out above the 80, trap some shorts, then dip back down. Honestly, it could go either way from here. What do you guys think? Does that 40.95 hold, or do we slice through it? Buy just went live at 47.1.952, right in the thick of this choppy mess. Stops 4 1/3 pips below, 3 targets climbing above, smart modes on the job, hope it can wrestle a winner from this tangle. Sell just lit up at 8.837, smack in the middle of this indecisive soup. Stops 4.69 above, 3 targets layered down below. Smart mode's got its eyes peeled. Let's see if it can read this riddle. Alright, you know what just happened? We finally saw some real movement in the last hour. That Asian high got swept. We pushed up to 40.76, and then, bam, rejected. Hard. We're back at 40.68 right now, sitting on this sell from 68.847, just watching the whole thing try to break and fail. But here's the thing, the hourly RSI is at 58, MACD's still below signal, and on the daily we're still deep in downtrend mode. So this rally feels like a dead cat bounce hiding inside a range. The EA's been chopping it up, lot of stops getting clipped, but that's just the noise before the real move. And you know, minimal yield movement, dollar flat, this could be a setup where we bleed lower into the close. One thing I do love about this robot, it's a flat fee, lifetime license, no subscription nonsense, free updates forever. That's the only way to run it. Head over to XAUUSD, Julia.com if you want to see how it works. But hey, who knows? It's Friday. Could pop either way. That's why I wait for the close. You can't fight the chop. You join it or you let it pass you by. Hey Jiliev, thanks for jumping in. I think you meant sell there, and yes, we are in a sell trade right now. The EA just entered a sell at 40.6884, and gold is hovering around 40.70. You can see it on the chart with the stop loss and take profits already set. Are you watching the trade run with us right now? Okay, buys live at 40.71.89, smack in the thick of a choppy grind, stops 4.39 pips below, 3 targets stacked above. Smart mode's got its eye on this one. Let's hope it finds a clear path. Alright, let's look at the Bollinger Bands here on the daily. The bands are 39.55 on the lower side, 45.42 on the high side, and price is sitting right in the middle of that range at 40.73. So we've got plenty of room to move either way, but honestly, volatility's only at 2.8% today. That's a quiet Friday, no one's committing. And when you zoom out, the broader sentiment matches that indecision. The fear and greed index dropped to 24.8, extreme fear, but gold's still grinding sideways instead of crashing. So what does that tell me? The big specs are loaded long from the COT data, but the daily trend's still bearish, and we're just not breaking decisively. I think we're stuck until we either reclaim the weekly open or dump into that support zone below. What do you guys see on your charts? That's what I like to see. First target nailed, 44 pips in the bank. Stops locked at break even, so from here we're playing with house money. Let's see if smart mode can grab us some more. Alright, stop sliding up to break even. No more risk, no more sweat. Now we just watch and see what the market gives us. Three pips so far, and the runner's still alive, shooting for take profit 3. Let's see if smart mode can push this one all the way home. Wow, fear and greed is at 24.8, that's extreme.